Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and
Well, the Hartford Yard Goats have taken the field behind the left-hander Carson Palmquist, about to make his Duncan Park debut. Let's take a look at the defense, the defensive alignment for the home team, brought to you by the Connecticut Army National Guard. The Connecticut Army National Guard is Connecticut's home team. Burnable plays third, Carreras short, Datras second, Levine first, Thompson in left, Decolati in center, Fernandez in right, and Fulford is catching Palmquist. The lineup against which Palmquist will pitch: Munguia in left, Wilson the shortstop, Roby plays third, Matheny center, Barracoto right, Aldretti the DH tonight. And hello once again, everybody, from Duncan Park in downtown Hartford. It's time for Yard Goats baseball. There's that starting lineup for the Flying Squirrels. Aldretti serving as the DH tonight. Wyatt at first, Glowenke the second baseman, and Moritano the catcher. A look at the dugout of the Richmond Flying Squirrels as they came back to win last night's game 5-4. So this is game 3 of a 6-game series, and strolling to the plate is Ismael Munguia, and settling in at the mic, all set to call the play-by-play on this beautiful night for baseball. Here is the voice of the Yard Goats, Jeff Dooley.
thank you, Dan. And it is a splendid night for baseball. Temperature 71 degrees, sunny skies above, and a gentle breeze, cross breeze from left to right. Munguia in. Ashmael's first pitch, a slider from Carson Palmquist. It's in for a strike, and we are underway. And good to have you with us for Yard Goats baseball on this Thursday night. Pitch, that's outside of the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Palmquist making his home debut here in downtown Hartford. He pitched a gem on the road, and that was last week in Somerset, New Jersey, against the Yankee affiliate. Pitch is swung on. That's hit towards right and hit pretty well. Here's Fernandez back to the track, looking up, and it's gone. Ashmael Munguia. It's a home run to start the ball game for the Richmond Flying Squirrels, as the Giants affiliate takes a 1-0 lead. 4th home run for Munguia.
Well, there you have it. I mean, he pitches 7 scoreless innings in his Double-A debut, makes his first home start, and the first batter goes yard. A 349-foot home run, exiting at 94 miles per hour.
Palmquist 6'3", 185 from Fort Myers. Rockies' third-round pick, 2023, out of the University of Miami. As the shortstop Will Wilson is in. Time for our keys to the game, presented by West Hartford Lock. Dan?
Well, one of the keys, and already it's come into effect, don't play from behind. And that's what the Yard Goats are going to be doing, playing from behind. Yard Goats have to have disciplined at bats. I thought even though they rallied yesterday before losing, they chased too many pitches, and they have to maintain their great defense. Their defense last night was phenomenal.
There's the pitch. That's a little bit low, missing with the changeup as Palmquist, and the count goes to 2-1. There's your keys to the game from West Hartford Lock. Wilson, a righty hitter, 6', 184, swings and misses here. And a fastball in the inner half. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wilson this series 1 for 8 with a double. Average overall 195. He's got a couple of homers and 9 RBI, playing tonight in his 21st game as a Squirrel. Pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So after the home run, Palmquist comes back and strikes out Wilson swinging. Yard Goats decked out in the home whites. White tops, white pants with the nickname Yard Goats and blue across the front. Green numbers below that, green numbers in the back. Blue socks, the belt, and the blue cap with the Goats logo on the front. As third baseman Sean Roby is in, looks at strike 1. Flying Squirrels, black tops, gray pants. They've got their initials RVA in white on the front, white numbers in the back, and red trim. Pitch, swing and a miss, and Roby falls behind, 0-2. Sean ranking 5th in career home runs, 26 in Flying Squirrels history. He's got 7 hits, including a home run his last 9 games. 1 for 7 so far in 2 games against the Goats this week. Feet wide apart, squats a little bit from that right side. The 0-2 pitch, that's up high. And the count goes to 1-2. Palmquist, the Rockies' number 21 prospect, according to MLB.com. There's his 1-2 pitch. It's hit foul. That'll get back behind the plate and into the seats. And the count stays at a ball and 2 strikes to Roby.
You know, Jeff, it might be just coincidence. I doubt that at this level the pitcher has a personal catcher, but when Palmquist made his debut last Thursday night, his catcher was Braxton Fulford.
Braxton hit the home run in the game last night for Hartford. There's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a curveball, so Roby strikes out. And that is out number 2.
Well, that was one of the secrets to his success when he got the 8 strikeouts last Thursday night. He gets those hitters chasing after his breaking pitch. It comes in as if it's going to be right out over the plate, and then it dips at the last minute. And that really gave the Somerset hitters fits a week ago.
And Shane Matheny, the center fielder, takes high for ball 1. 2 good ball games Tuesday and Wednesday, both 1-run games. Goats won in a walk-off hit Tuesday. Jordan Beck, the hero, and then Jordan Beck struck out to end the ball game last night as the Squirrels got the 5-4 win. Hartford's been leaking oil though late. The Yard Goats have dropped 8 of 10, that after winning 9 of their previous 12, August 6th through the 18th. The 2-0 to the lefty hitter, not even close. He misses with a changeup. It's now 3-0. Matheny, guy that loves to work the count. He leads the entire Giants system with 80 walks. But he can hit. He's hitting .287, 14 runs. Over his last 21 games. Pitch missing ball 4, but he is aboard with 2 outs. Is Shane Matheny here in this first inning.
Now there's Matheny getting on base again, something he's done not only in this series, but in a lot of games he has played. That's the 62nd time in his last 33 games he's gotten on base at least once in a ball game.
Victor Barry-Cotto, the hitter, righty swinger, and the right fielder tonight takes the pitch in for strike 1. Barry-Cotto 1 for 8 this week. He has 23 home runs between A ball and double A, and right now pacing the Giants minor leaguers in home run. Actually, the whole organization, including the major. The next one is hit foul back to the screen behind the plate. No balls, 2 strikes. So your Giants leader in home runs is here in Richmond. Also first in RBI was 73. He's got a home run in 4 of his last 7 games played. The 2 pitch is hit foul. That Fastball in the inner half. It ranks that one up to 92, and it still stays at 2 strikes.
Now they're making Palmquist work a bit here in this first inning. He has already thrown 20 pitches.
Matheny at first base being held by Levine. Long pause. The leg kick, the pitch, swing, and a miss, strike 3. So Barry Cotto strikes out swinging. Palmquist gets 3 strikeouts in the very first inning, but he does yield a leadoff home run. And after 1/2 inning, it is Richmond 1. The Yard Goats coming up on the Connecticut Radio Network.
Well, Carson Seymour has concluded his warm-up pitches. There's the defense behind him. And the right-hander will be pitching to a lineup of Thompson in left, Datras at second, Fernandez, Levine, Bernabel, Carreras, Fulford, Simpson, and Decolati. A look at the Yard Goats dugout as we head to the last of the first inning. Sterling Thompson settles in, and once again, here is Jeff.
And Carson James Seymour set to face this Goats lineup. First one, Thompson. Sterling bounces one a second. A high hop for Wenke. He's got it, turns and throws. And Thompson is gone for the first out of the first inning.
Second baseman, number 53.
Seymour on the mound, his 21st Double-A start. Last time out, he allowed a career-high 6 runs over an inning and 2/3. Got the loss in Portland. That was on Saturday. Previous 4 outings, tremendous. 1-0, the 189 earned run average. 4 earned runs allowed in the previous 19 innings. Hey, once in a while, everyone's going to throw up a stinker, right?
Exactly, and it was uncharacteristic of him, but he just got that ground ball out by Thompson. His pitch sinks, so if he's throwing a lot of ground balls, it means his pitches are working.
Our second baseman Kyle Datras hacks away, misses strike 1. Seymour from Poway, California, originally selected by the Mets, 6th round in 2021 out of Kansas State's. The pitch, that's a little bit low. Was traded to the Giants August 2nd. A deal that sent Darren Ruff to the Mets.
That was a deadline deal last season when the Mets were in first place and everything looked rosy.
Yep. Now he's property of San Fran. The 1-1 is fouled back to the screen, and that just falls behind 1-2. And now is the number 14 Giants prospects, number 16 for MLB.com. The number 14 rank is Baseball America. He does rank 6th overall and earned run average at 4.12 in the Eastern League, also 4th in the league in whip pitch. Swing and a foul tip in and out of them into the catcher. Toronto can't hold on. He'll have to take a step to his left and find a space and fire out of the first baseman Wyatt. And Datras gone. Strikeout 2-3 if he's scoring at home. And Seymour has retired the first 2 to bat for Hartford.
This is our first look, obviously, at Seymour, who pitched at A-ball last year. But he's got a nice smooth delivery and throws a fastball that has some oomph to it.
Well, Yanquiel Fernandez, lefty hitter, is in. Seymour deals, and the 24-year-old is right down the middle at 95, strike 1. Yankiel like to cut down on the strikeouts. Now 68 strikeouts in 45 games. Lefty hitter waits. Pitch way outside. Trying to get to chase, but Yankiel lays off. 1 ball, 1 strike. Meanwhile, Seymour actually pitched in New England. He started his college career at Dartmouth College up in Hanover, New Hampshire, and then transferred to Kansas State. The pitch, that dips low. The changeup landing a little bit outside of the zone. The count goes 2-1. His father, Brian, was a professional triathlete, finished the Hawaiian Ironman competition 4 times. He was from Temecula, California. Now his 2-1 pitch. And just misses inside, moving his hands and stepping back in the box is Fernandez. It's now 3-1. Seymour had a great stretch, 3-0, a 2.20 earned run average, 48 strikeouts, 10 walks over 7 starts, July 15th, August 19th. Pitch, swing, and a ground ball, broken bat right to the first baseman Wyatt. He's got it, circles back, taps the bag, and Fernandez gone to end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left as the Goats go in order against Seymour. We played now 1 full inning. It is 1-0 Richmond in the Connecticut Radio Network.
Well, it is nearing sunset time at Duncan Park as we take a look out west, coming in from center field, going to the top of the 2nd inning. Richmond on top by the score of 1-0. A little hint of fall in the air tonight, Mr. Dooley.
You got the sweatshirt, you've got the sweater on Dan, tonight.
Yeah, you bet.
Up to the 2nd we go. Squirrels have a 1-0 lead. And Carter ready is the hitter. He's the DH, playing for the first time in this series. Righty hitter against the southpaw. Palmquist deals, and the pitch, swing and a miss. And the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Ready, 6-2, 205. The pitch. That's up high. The count goes to 1-2. He's got good genes. His uncle Mike Aldretti played 10 seasons in the majors. Carter played collegiately at Arizona State. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Chased a slow changeup curve that time, and that's 4 strikeouts. In fact, 10 all the outs have been K's for Palmquist.
Oh, that's just how he pitched against Somerset in his Double-A debut a week ago tonight down in Somerset.
Well, Logan Wyatt, Dan, had a big game last night.
Well, he hit the home run which snapped the 4-4 tie, and he cranked it deep into the seats in right center. Wyatt has been on a homer binge as of late.
He swings and drives one deep to right again. If it's fair, it's gone, but it's hooking. And it stays fair. It's a home run. Was hooking down the line, but he keeps it somehow inside the foul pole. Watched by Tom Fornarola. And Logan Wyatt with a home run with 1 out here in the 2nd inning. His 2nd home run in as many games. And it's now 2-0 Squirrels.
And we mentioned that binge. That's his 4th home run in the last 6 games. What's interesting, both homers have come by left-handed hitters off the left-handed pitchers. And in this case, that one just hugging the line and staying fair. So 2 left-handed hitters have hit homers off the left-hander.
Jimmy Glowinski, the hitter, as he looks at strike one. Well, Palmquist continues to fill the strike zone. Pitch that's inside of the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. All the outs, strikeouts, and all the runs, home runs. What a start. You like home run, you like power, you've got it.
Yep.
There's a swing and a miss. And the count to the second baseman goes to 1-2.
That might be a first for our telecast, by the way, for those watching, showing the highlight of a player hitting a home run, which turned out to be the difference. And then that same player in the same at-bat, it's a home run.
Next one is up high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This game 9 of 12 for Richmond on the road trip. So far they're 3-5. They just dropped 4 of 6 up in Portland. 2-2, swinging a foul tip in and out of the mid of the catcher Fulford. It stays 2 balls, 2 strikes. Goats just lost 5 of 6 in Somerset, trying to get right. They split the first 2 here at home against Richmond. 2-2 pitch is swung out, little flare down the right field line. It's in there for a hit. 1 hop into the corner. It goes. Glowinski running first on his way to second base, and he pedals in with a double. So a 1-out double following the home run by Wyatt. And Danny, here come the Squirrels.
Well, you couldn't place a baseball any better than that. He's going to the opposite field, just makes it over the first baseman Levine, and lands on the grass and kicks into that corner, jutting out to Fernandez. But there you have it, a double by Glowinski, and the lower portion of the order is doing damage as Fulford heads to the mound to try and settle Palmquist down. I mean, Glowinski's wearing a wide smile. Who can blame him? He just reached out. That pitch was outside, and he reached out and placed it right over Levine, and the ball hits the grass in shallow right, kicks into the corner where it juts out, and then the ball bounced back into shallow right field. And that's one of the ways you can get a 2-base hit here at Duncan Park.
Brandon Moreno, the hitter, is the catcher. Playing for the first time, 16th round pick back in 2019, righty hitter. And he swings and he hits a foul back to the screen, protecting the fans right behind the plate for strike 1. Moreno hitting .333, 2 home runs. Leading off an inning, he's hitting .130 over his last 15 games. Pitch, swing and a miss. And the count, no balls, 2 strikes. How about the top 2 teams, Dan, in this division? Somerset and Binghamton right now continue to surge. Patriots have won 6 straight. Goats got them hot, of course. Binghamton has won 8 of 10.
Yeah.
And they're beginning to get a little bit of breathing room now in the division. The 0-2 pitch is swinging a ball back to the screen. Binghamton now with a 3-game lead on Portland. That final wild card spot. We got Reading 4 games behind, and now Hartford 5.5.
Portland is losing again tonight to Somerset.
There's the 0-2 pitch. The changeup is inside, having a reach across his body. It's Moreno.
Well, Palmquist is having to work harder tonight than he did in that first start, throwing more pitches, and some plate discipline being demonstrated by the Richmond hitters.
Palmquist looks to second. His 1-2 pitch. That is up high. The count, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That's where he came sidearm. That's a very effective pitch for him. He was throwing that pitch for strikes, or getting the Somerset hitters to chase that pitch when it was outside of the zone last week.
22-year-old lefty is set. Now the 2-2 pitch. That misses on the inner half. The count fills now 3-2.
Carson thought he had him struck out, Jeff.
Yep. Came down a base of the mound. That would have been his 5th strikeout. Again, all the outs in this ball game have been strikeouts. He's 3-2 now to the Squirrels catcher. As the socks up the knees, he shows off the entire stirrup. Now the lefty's 3-2 pitch that misses high, ball 4. Breaking pitch that lands outside of the zone, and well, after the home run, a double and now walk, and 2 on with still only 1 out. Squirrels up 2-0, looking for more.
And that's the lower third of the order all getting on base with 1 out here in this second inning.
Ismael Mugia started the ball game with a solo home run. Will bat for the second time in 2 innings against Carson Palmquist. He is signed as an international free agent. He's from Nicaragua. Look off to second. The pitch home. Changeup. This is outside for ball 1. Second flying squirrel. Born in Nicaragua. Signed by the Giants back in 2015. He played for Nicaragua in the Baseball Classic under 23 World Cup back in 2020. Pitch. And just misses low. Another breaking ball that spins outside of the zone of Justin Juska. And it's 2-0.
Munguia can sit on a fastball here, you would think.
Palmquist ready with a 2-0. And here it is. Fastball is wide. It's now 3-0. Palmquist has already thrown 42 pitches.
Yeah, he threw 21 in the first inning, and he's thrown 21 so far here in the second inning.
First and second, they stand the 3-0 pitch. And that misses high, ball 4. That was a slider that missed the spot. And a double and 2 walks, and suddenly the Flying Squirrels have the bases loaded, already up 2-0. And top step of the dugout is Yard Goats pitching coach Blaine Beatty.
I'm a bit surprised he hasn't gone out to pay him a visit, or Fulford go out and have a conversation. But there's no question Palmquist is nowhere near as sharp as he was in his debut.
Now Will Wilson began the season with AAA Sacramento, righty hitter. As the table's set, he takes a fastball outside for ball 1. Wilson hitting .195. 16 for 82 his last 20 games this month of August. Here's the bat back and forth. The 1-0 pitch in for a strike. Curveball drops in. And it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Squirrels trying to put together a nice finish. They're 35-25 last 60 games. That's since June 18th. Second best record in the league. The pitch that is low, and the count goes to 2-1. Somerset has been without a doubt the best team in the Eastern League so far in both halves. Munguia is at first. Moreno's at second. Lowenke is at third. The pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball at 92. The count leaving off. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Only Lopez quickly popping out of the dugout and moving some of the defensive players around in the Goats infield. There's the 2-2, swinging a little chopper hit foul first base side. Defensive swing by Wilson as he stays alive at 2-2.
There's a look at the Richmond bench. Shane Matheny in the hole.
Infield is back, double play depth. Carreras at shortstop. Datros at second base. Here's the 2-2. It swung out. There's a high drive hit deep towards center. Decolati heading back towards the track at the fence, and it's gone. A grand slam home run by Will Wilson. And it's now 6-0 Squirrels here in inning number 2.
Well, the power surge continues for visiting teams here at Duncan Park. And this time it's Wilson with a big jolt, lowering the boom with a grand slam.
It was a curveball, Dan.
392 feet. And the ball hit right on top of the wall and then hit a table behind it, bouncing back onto the field. Actually, it hit that picnic table behind it, or that counter actually, and then came back on the field.
All the runs for Richmond, all 6 coming on long balls. A solo home run, actually 2 solo home runs, and now the grand slam by Wilson. Now Sean Roby, as he looks at strike 1, swings and misses here. And the count, no balls, 2 strikes. A homer left and 2 homers to rights. Pitches. Foul back to the screen behind the plate. It stays 2 strikes to Roby.
Now that's now 31 pitches in this second inning, and that Hartford bullpen is going to be getting busy shortly.
Pitch, swing, and a foul tip into the middle of the catcher. Braxton Fulford holds on for the strikeout. Roby strikes out again. Dan, all the runs coming on home runs, and all the outs have been strikeouts. I don't know if we've seen this before.
No, I've never seen it. I mean, it's remarkable. The only outs, strikeouts, and now Blaine Beatty, the Yard Goats pitching coach, heads to the mound, and I think this is more of a visit to get that bullpen warmed up in a hurry.
They've got someone up right now.
Yes. And warming up in the bullpen for the Yard Goats is Adam McKillican. I mean, a lot of pitches. He's thrown 32 pitches in this inning, 21 the inning before, so he's up to 53, and has been an unmitigated disaster this second inning for Carson Palmquist, who pitched so well in his debut a week ago. 7 scoreless innings, but as you mentioned, he's been touched for 3 homers and 6 runs here in this inning and 2/3.
Now Shane Matheny is in. Rough start for Carson Palmquist in his home debut. There's been a 5-run sack of the pitch. That's in for strike 1. Next one in for a strike in the inner half of the count, runs to 0-2. Infield backed up, outfield straight away. The 0-2 is low. Breaking pitch that time, and then he spits in it, tracks it outside of the zone. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Matheny hit .221 in 50 games at AAA Sacramento this year. The pitch in there for a call, 3rd strike. How about it? All 6 outs, the first 6 outs, all strikeouts from Palmquist, and all the runs coming on 3 home runs. A grand slam from Wilson. A big blow here in the second. We go to the bottom of the second. It's 6-0 Richmond on the Connecticut Radio Network.
Well, Carson Seymour has a 6-0 lead as the sun has set at Duncan Park, and Grant Levine with a big home run last night, a 3-run shot which tied the ball game at 4-4. Richmond eventually won it 5-4, but Levine gave the Yard Goats a chance with that blast last night, Jeff.
He sure did. We'll start the second inning. Goats have some work to do, already chasing 6. And the first one to him, fastball is in for strike 1. Pitch. Another fastball, this time 95 right down Main Street. No balls, 2 strikes. Levine, Bernabeu, Carreras, the Goats order in the second. Levine got into him. He hit it deep right center. A 3-run shot a night ago. Takes the next one outside. And the count 1 ball, 2 strikes. Carson Seymour, 24 years old. California native. Went to Great Oak High School in Temecula, California. Outside of San Diego. The 1-2 pitch is swung out. There's a fly ball hit down the left field line. Hooking foul and twisting out of play. Ishmael Munguia watching it closely the whole way, but it lands by the Patron Party Plaza. Great spot to watch a game, and it's 1-2. Being now 15 home runs in the season. 1-2 pitch way outside. Took something off the fastball. And the count 2 balls, 2 strikes. Long look in, the pitch home, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Levine strikes out swinging. That's the second strikeout for Seymour, and 2 away in this, 1 away in the second inning.
Perfectly placed cutter down and in on Levine, and Grant went after it.
Warming Bernabeu. Bernabeu comes in with .237 batting average, 5 homers, 26 RBIs. And takes the first one outside for ball 1. Warming came in, had a hit last night. Pitch and roots. That's in for a strike, inner half. He came in, Dan, late in the game for Adael Amador, and we have some tough news on Amador. We found out today that he's been placed on the injured list.
Yes.
1-1 pitch. So Amador goes on the shelf. Rockies making the move today, and they've activated Navarro. Good to see Christopher back and active, and hopefully he'll get a chance to contribute. But a tough loss. Amador, the Rockies' #1 prospect.
#1 prospect, did a home run here the other night.
Yep.
His first at the AA level.
2-1 pitch is swung on. Little dribbler hit foul. That up the first base side of the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Carson Seymour tilts the body, says yes to his backstop. Brendan Moreno, the pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3. So Bernabeu gone on strikes. Back-to-back Ks for Seymour. And 2 away in the second inning.
Well, these Richmond starters don't throw much. Not one starter has gone beyond 5 innings this year, but they've been tough. Last night, through 5 innings, they shut out the Yard Goats on 4 hits. The night before, they held the Yard Goats hitless through 4 innings and permitted just 1 hit through 5.
Carreras takes the ball in the dirt for ball 1. Yeah, you're right. They really have been tough on Hartford.
The Yard Goats were shut out through 5 innings in that first game. They came back to win that ball game 4-3, but the starters have been outstanding for Richmond.
Pitch, Carreras swings and misses. 1 ball, 1 strike to Julio, who checks in at .241 batting average, 14 doubles, 5 homers, 31 RBI for the infielder on the Rockies' 40-man roster. Julio batting for the first time against Seymour. The pitch, that's low at 96. They've got some pretty good arms, Dan, don't they, in terms of velocity?
They do. He's one of them. And to think he was a New York Mets prospect, I think the Giants have picked up a good one.
Next one is in for a strike. On the fastball, took something off of that one. And it's 2-2. Right-hander is set. The pitch, swing, and a foul tip in a minute. The catcher, Monterrey holds on for the strikeout, and Seymour strikes out the side in the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We go to the top of the third inning, and Richmond has a 6-0 lead in the Connecticut Radio Network.
Well, we head to the top of the third inning. Look in from the first base side here at Duncan Park. And there's John O'Hurley shaking hands. J.P. Peterman signing. That was earlier today. And look at this. He signs the Seinfeld fans shirt. That's pretty cool, Jeff.
Yeah, he was tremendous. We had him on the pregame show as Victor Barracato lead things off. He takes the first one outside for ball one. And we learned a lot. I knew he went to KO in West Hartford. I didn't realize he spent a lot of his early life here in the Nutmeg State. Pitch fouled off. Worked for the American Red Cross. He worked at Waterbury Hospital. He worked in Hartford.
I thought it was interesting when he said he had a memory at every stoplight today.
Yes. It was great. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. And the count goes to 1-2. I asked him how it all came about, the audition for J.P. Peterman, and he said when his agent and manager told him that they set up the audition, he said, no, I'm not going. And then, of course, his manager, like good managers do, didn't cancel.
Right.
Said, hey, we're going to lunch, and next thing you know, he's auditioning and he gets the part.
Well, the renowned Larry David called his manager and said we want to have him audition.
The pitch, that's up high. The count goes full. Now 3-2.
And the agent was smart enough not to say no to Larry
Right.
David. You don't say no to Larry David.
You just don't.
Who's a big baseball fan, by the way.
Here comes the 3-2. That misses high ball 4. So Palmco's having problems with fastball command. He's struck out 6, but he's walked 3 now, and he's also surrendered 3 home runs, but the first guy reaching, Dan, here in this third inning.
Well, it's interesting because Adam McKillican was warming in the bullpen in the second inning. He is not warming right now, but I just wonder how long they're going to go with Palmquist, who's thrown 63 pitches.
Carlo Andretti, the hitter, is DH, takes outside ball 1. Andretti 9 for 74 now in August in 21 games. It's about a 120 batting average. There's the pitch is swung out. There's a high drive belted deep towards left. Thompson back to the track at the fence, and it's gone. Richmond has hit 4 home runs in the first 3 innings and now leads at 8-0.
Well, that time Palmquist hung a curveball, and Aldretti did not let it go by as he smacks it into the seats in left field, and that is his 10th home run of the year. And you talk about a power surge. We have seen it in the first 3 innings tonight by the Squirrels. Well, going 367 feet, exiting at 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, he got all that change. Breaking pitch is looking at Wyatt. He homered back in the 2nd inning. He takes the first one in for strike 1. This one chopped foul at home plate. And the count, no balls, 2 strikes. If Logan Wyatt strikes out here, the first 7 outs of the game, Dan, are going to be strikeouts.
It's just phenomenal.
First 8 runs, all home runs.
You don't see a breakout outlet like this.
Pitch is swung out. Little number hit right in front of the plate. It'll be fielded by the catcher, Fulford. He'll fire down at first base, and that's the first out in play. And it was just a little tap in front of the catcher. Fulford throwing down to Levine, and Wyatt is gone for out number 1.
You know, it's interesting, Jeff. We had mentioned one of our keys to the game when this series started on Tuesday night is the Yardgoats have to really keep the opposition from hitting all these home runs. I know easier said than done.
Jimmy Glowinkey stands in and looks at a fastball outer half, a called strike, 0-1.
I mean, I don't know how many homestands we've seen the opposition out homer the Yardgoats.
Pitch is swung out and pop foul first base side. That's going to get back into the seats right behind the first base dugout. No balls, 2 strikes.
And here is Richmond tonight with 4 homers. They've hit 7 home runs in the series, and this is just game 3 of the 6-game set.
Palmquist ready with an 0-2, and here it comes. Missing wide. The count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Now the pitch, swinging a chopper at home plate. Got a piece of the breaking pitch and stays at 1-2.
Well, I don't know what's going on at Rentschler Field tonight, but we've already had a touchdown and a safety.
I know, right? Yeah, good luck to the Yukon Huskies as they begin their quest. Opening nights, not too far from here over in East Hartford. Next one up high, the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, they're playing NC State, and we have some players on both sides who went to NC State.
That's right, we do. 2-2 is missing outside of the count. Phil's now 3-2.
McKillican is warming. This could be the last batter faced by Palmquist.
And he was up, as you mentioned, Dan, last inning. 3-2 is outside ball 4. That's going to be 4 walks in 3 innings, and Chris Denorfia is heading out towards the mound. Dan, this is going to do it for Carson Palmquist.
Yep, not Carson's night in his Duncan Park debut. You can see he's frustrated, but that's what happens. Just an outstanding performance in his debut last week at Somerset, but now he is lifted after giving up 8 runs in 2 1/3 innings. Gets a nice hand from the crowd. The Yardgoats faithful. He gave it his best. That's the beauty of this game. There's always a next one. Pitching change brought to you by Trantolo and Trantolo. We'll be back to tell you all about it in just a moment. It's Richmond 8, Hartford nothing. This is Yardgoats baseball. Well, the new pitcher in the ball game for the Yardgoats is right-hander Austin McKillican. the native of Canada, is making his 23rd appearance of the year for the Yardgoats. He has a record of 3 wins, no losses, 1 save. And Austin is a 5.97 earned run average. Carson Palmquist pitches 2 1/3 innings tonight, allows 5 hits, 8 runs, all earned. He walked 5, struck out 6. And the runner on first base is his responsibility. For McKillican, this is his first appearance against the Richmond Flying Squirrels. Of course, this is only the 3rd game the Yardgoats have played against the Flying Squirrels this year. Sir Austin McKillican comes on with Jimmy Glowacki, the runner at first, and Brandon Martirano, the batter. Jeff?
All right, Dan McKillican just came off the shelf the other day. Actually came off the development list and been throwing some simulated games. Good to see him back in action. Right-handed reliever from Canada. And yes, he is a hockey guy. Martirano walked and scored back in the 2nd. And now they're going to call a balk. A balk has been called on McKillican, and that's going to force Glowacki to second base. Not much has gone well for the Goats the first 2+ innings. This one is hit foul off the end of the bat towards the seats at first, and the count 1 ball 1 strike. Dent is in, 4,372. 43-72 watching here tonight. Pitch, swing and a miss. And the count goes to 1-2. McKillican's 1-2 pitch. Swing and ground ball to shortstop, deep shortstop. And in the backhand goes Julio Carreras. He fires in time to get Martirano. Ground ball left side, so Glowacki has to stay put at second, and there are 2 out. Adam McKillican, 6'5", 235. And the pitch, that tips low. Changeup that time for ball 1. This one is fouled at home plate. Fastball at 93, and the count 1 ball 1 strike. McKillican this season, 22 games, 3-0, 5.97 earned run average, and just coming off the development list the other day. Dan, last time he pitched in a game, August 4th. A couple of homestands ago against Reading, yeah.
Almost a month ago.
Yeah, right. And here's the thing that's tough, is he really been pitching well. He went 2 scoreless in that game. 2 scoreless the outing before on the first, and then an inning and a 3rd scoreless at New Hampshire on July 25th. In fact, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 of his last 5 outings in relief is 0 runs for Adam McKillican. But sometimes you just get caught up in a numbers game.
That's right.
Looks off to second base, and now it's 2-1 pitch. That's outside. Breaking pitch missing. It's now 3-1.
Well, he has a chance to make a favorable impression here. That's one of the beauties of baseball. You get a second chance, sometimes a 3rd or 4th chance, and here's an opportunity. Forget the score. He's got a chance to really leave a favorable taste.
As that brown glove against the left side of the hip now comes set to the belts. Check second. Here's the 3-1 pitch. In for a strike. He did not like the call. He had started up the first baseline, and here's the news from Justin Juska. He a home run and a walk so far tonight. Batting for the 3rd time in 3 innings as the leadoff hitter. McKillican ready. The 3-2 pitch is swung on, chopped foul into his own dugout at first. And we will do it again. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Goats trying to turn things around desperately in their final homestand this season. They've dropped 8 of 10, that after winning 9 of 12. 3-2 pitch is swung on. That's hit towards left field. Here's Thompson angling towards the line. He's there and he makes the catch. Good running grab and left by Sterling Thompson as he tracks it down. And in the process goes into foul territory. Munguia's gone, and so isn't Richmond. But another home run, 4th of the game. We played now 2.5 innings. It's 8-0 Flying Squirrels on the Connecticut Radio Network.
Well, the fans applauding following our Duncan Hero Among Us presentation. Look at the upper deck at Duncan Park. That's down the right field line. Well, Braxton Fulford hit a home run in the first game of this series for the Yard Goats. And there was that home run. And now Braxton will be batting for the first time tonight as Carson Seymour has retired the first 6 batters. Jeff?
All right, Dan, we move along to the home third, and first one to the catch of Braxton Fulford is up high for ball 1. Fulford 218, 2 homers, 3 RBI, 27 games. He homered last night. That one misses, and the count 2 balls, no strikes. Seymour, the beneficiary tonight of 8 runs. How about that?
Yes.
The pitch. That's inside. The count now 3-0.
Well, the Yard Goats need base runners. A lot of them.
Now the 3-0 pitch. And that misses low, ball 4. So the Goats didn't get their first base on our free pass.
That's it. Seymour had retired the first 6 batters before Fulford reaches base, and now Colin Simpson making his first appearance in the series, Jeff.
That's right, and he'll see if he can do some damage. The DH. Open stance, left side of the pitch to him. Fastball is in for strike 1. Simpson, .215 batting average. 13 doubles, 6 homers, 24 runs batted in. And the pitch home is outside of the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wide at first base, holding Fulford. Infield back, double play depth. Wilson at short. Wenke at second. The pitch. That's in for a strike in the inner half. Runs the count to 1-2. Long look in by Seymour. And the 1-2 pitch is up high. And the count 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now, Dan, you got to start sometime, right? Trying to get into this deficit.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you're the Yard Goats, and you still have what, 21 outs to play with.
Pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Simpson gone on strikes. It's 5 strikeouts from Carson Seymour, Dan, and all but 2 outs have been Ks for this right-hander.
Well, the most strikeouts he has registered in a game this year was 9 in 5 innings, and that came against Altoona on August the 1st. He pitched 5 scoreless innings, allowed 1 hit, didn't walk anybody, and struck out 9.
Nico Deckel out of the center fielder is in and swings and chops on at home plate for strike 1. Seymour tilts the body, says yes to Brandon Moreno. Now the 0-1 pitch, swing and ground ball hit out to short. Wilson fields, goes to second for 1. On to first, they turn it. So it is a double play to end the inning. Goats go down 1-2. Well, they get the leadoff walk, then they get the next 2. The strikeout and double play. We head to the 4th. 8-0 Richmond on the Connecticut Radio Network. Well, 3 inning totals. Richmond 8 runs, 5 hits, no errors. Hartford no runs, no hits, no errors. Give me the 4th inning. Back to pitch, Adam McKillican, and here's my broadcast partner, Dan Lavallo. Dan.
All right, Jeff. Some of the great defensive plays the Yard Goats made in last night's ball game. Julio Carreras catching that foul ball. He had made the grab earlier, and shallow left center. Vladimir Restituyo. Here's a high foul off the first base side, out of play. No balls, 1 strike the count on Will Wilson, who hit a grand slam his last time up. 8-0 Richmond. Pitch is fouled back. 0-2. That grand slam, by the way, made the score 6-0. Richmond has added 2 more runs since that on a 2-run homer by Carter Aldrete. Adam McKillican on in relief of the starter Carson Palmquist, who gave up all 8 runs. There's a bouncing ball foul. Kicks off the Yard Goats dugout and picked up by Warming Bernabel. That's Vladimir Restituyo, who's not playing tonight, catching that ball from Bernabel. Here's a breaking ball, misses way inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count on the right-handed hitting Will Wilson. He just started that 6-4-3 double play to win the last of the 3rd. Here's the 1-2. Low for a ball, 2-2. The Richmond Flying Squirrels, wearing the uniforms of the navy tops with the gray bottoms and RVA on the front. That stands for Richmond, Virginia. There's a bouncing ball to second base under the glove of Datris into right center field. Well, that'll be an error charge to the Yard Goats second baseman. And it's that kind of a night for Hartford. Looked as if Datris picked up the glove too soon. We're going to watch the replay. Just managed to find a spot. Found the hole even though he was in position to field the baseball. So Wilson is aboard, and now Sean Roby will bat. Roby has struck out twice tonight. The pitch. Fastball is in there for a strike, 0-1. On that out-of-town scoreboard presented by Budweiser, Somerset is leading Portland 5-1 in the last of the 7th inning at Hadlock Field. 0-1. Breaking ball misses outside. 1-1 the count. Remember, if Somerset wins the second half, then the team which finishes in second place in the second half will go to the playoffs and play Somerset in the first round, because Somerset also won the first half. Here's a swing and a foul tip into Fulford's mitt. Strike two. 1-2 the count. Binghamton is winning 1-0 tonight, going to the last of the 7th, and the Rumble Ponies have a no-hitter. Rumble Ponies come here next week for 7 games in 6 days. Now the set and the 1-2. Fastball is grounded into right field. A base hit. Fernandez chases after the ball, playing it off the base of the wall. Around first, digging for second base is Roby. He beats the throw. Advancing to third base is Wilson. A double for Roby, and the Flying Squirrels have runners at second and third with nobody out. Roby going the other way. In fact, Wilson had to do a two-step to avoid getting hit by that ball, hitting off the base of the wall. Roby never stopped running, thinking two-base hit all the way. Goes in there standing, beating the throw. And now the Flying Squirrels already up 8-0, are looking for more runs as Shane Matheny settles in. McKillican comes set, and the pitch. In there for a strike. 0-1. Yard Goats trailing 8-0, play the infield back against the left-handed hitting Matheny, who bounces it foul to that first base dugout. Sends some of his teammates scurrying. So far, 2 pitchers have no hit Harrisburg for the Rumble Ponies tonight in a 1-0 ball game. Binghamton. Pitch misses outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count on Matheny. Suarez pitched 6 no-hit innings and was lifted after throwing 79 pitches. McLaughlin pitched the 7th, keeping Harrisburg hitless. Pitch is ripped foul off the screen down the right field line. Count remains at a ball and 2 strikes. So that is what is going on in Binghamton. In starting play tonight, Binghamton in second place at a 3-game lead over Portland, at a 4-game lead over Reading, 5.5 over the Yard Goats, 6 in the loss column. And they're here for 7 games in 6 days, including a doubleheader a week from tonight. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. McKillican took something off that pitch, and Matheny, a left-handed batter, chased it. And that is the first strikeout for the Yard Goats reliever. Matheny going after a pitch outside of the strike zone. Here's the right-handed hitting Victor Barracoto, who has struck out swinging and walked. And now the Yard Goats are going to play the infield in on the right side, a little bit more than halfway on the left side, with runners at second and third and 1 out. And the pitch is outside ball 1, 1-0. Richmond on top 8-0. Has scored in every inning tonight. 1 in the first, 5 in the second, 2 in the third, and they are looking for more here in the fourth. Now the set and the 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball is swung on and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. They've played 5 innings in Reading, by the way, and New Hampshire leads the Fightin' Phils 3-2. Look at the infield now. Almost playing all the way in, all the way around. A couple of steps off the edge of the infield grass. McKillican's 1-1. In there for a strike. 1-2 the count. It's Erie 4, Altoona 3, top of the 9th. As Barracoto is behind on the count, 1-2. The leader in home runs among all the minor league players in the Giants system. Pitches low for a ball. 2-2. Akron and Bowie tied 3-3. Middle of the 6th. Those scores are of significance to Richmond. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball is lifted high in the air down the right field line. This ball is going to land foul on top of the roof above the Hartford Terrace, right near the Stag. Count remains at 2-2 on Barracoto. Starting play tonight in the Southwest Division, Erie was in first place by a game over Bowie and Richmond. Here's a bouncing ball into center field, up base hit. Wilson scores. Here comes Roby, and he will score. Now the throw to first gets away, but remaining at first base is Barracoto following the 2-run single, and Richmond leads it 10-0. There's the Yard Goats first baseman. I don't know what he is claiming. Perhaps interference. Now that, watch it again as the base hit into center field. Decolati fields the ball and throws, but it's cut off by Levine, and the throw gets away from Datras, the Hartford second baseman, who was covering first. And I don't know what Kyle is protesting here. He's in a conversation with the first base umpire, Justin Juska. He's in a long conversation. Yard Goats manager Chris DeNorfia was also out there. And now the umpires are going to confer over what in a 10-0 ball game is beyond me. I don't know if Datras is claiming that he was interfered with. That could be it. That's what he's complaining about, that he was interfered with by Roby and thus was not allowed to make the catch, hoping that perhaps one of the runners will be sent back. Definitely Wilson will be permitted to score, but Datras and DeNorfia lobbying to get one of those runs off the board, claiming that Matheny, or rather Barracoto, interfered with him. See Grant Levine waiting. Umpires in a long conversation. And let's see what they're going to do. They're going to put Barracoto back to first base. I think Barracoto was trying to go all the way to third, arguing that that ball went out of play, and so because it left the ballpark, he should be awarded another base, but that wasn't going to happen. But what has happened is he has a 2-run single, and here's Carter Aldrete, who homered his last time up, a 2-run homer. 10-0 Richmond. Swing and a foul to the first base dugout. No balls, 1 strike the count. The Flying Squirrels are putting up some numbers tonight, that is for sure. Pitch on the way is swung on and missed. 0-2 the count. Richmond with 10 runs on 7 hits, and we're in the top of the 4th inning. The pitch is fouled back. Count remains at 0-2. McGillicuddy has thrown 24 pitches in this inning. The starter, Carson Palmquist, threw 75, so this will be the 100th pitch coming up, thrown by Hartford pitching tonight, and we are only in the 4th inning. And the breaking ball is way outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. That's a lot of pitches. 100 pitches in 3 1/3 innings. Now the deal. Breaking ball is swung on and fouled, and that got a piece of Braxton Fulford, who's in considerable pain. Yes, it's been that kind of a night for the Hartford Yard Goats as trainer Coy Coker appears on the scene. He'll come into your screen in just a moment as that ball is fouled off by Carter Aldrete, the nephew of former big league player Mike Aldrete. Now Yard Goats manager Kristen Orfia comes out talking to the plate umpire. Maybe they're talking over that play down there at first base. The cutoff by Levine, throwing to Kyle Datris, who was covering first base. But the Yard Goats got the call. They will need more than that tonight. Down by 10. As there is the super moon. Take a look at that full moon tonight, 2nd straight night. And look at that orange glow. 2nd straight night we've had this super moon. What's that, 2 full moons in 1 month? But that's quite the sight. Appearing over dead center at Duncan Park. Braxton Fulford still in a considerable amount of pain, and this is going to obviously slow the ball game down a little bit, as he's struggling at the moment, but he appears as if he's going to stay in the ball game, and gets a nice hand from this crowd of 4,372 as the Yard Goats trainer and manager head back to the third base dugout. Barracoto leads off first base with 1 out. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count on Carter Aldrete. Here's the pause and the pitch. Fastball that's hit high in the air to deep left field. You can kiss it goodbye. Carter Aldrete with his second 2-run homer of the game, and it is now Richmond 12, the Yard Goats nothing. Aldrete goes yard for a second time, his 11th homer of the year. He now has 45 runs batted in, and the ball is flying off of the Richmond bats tonight. My goodness. That's the 5th home run of the ball game for the Flying Squirrels, leaving the ballpark at 98 miles per hour, traveling 362 feet. Logan Wyatt, who is one of the Squirrels to have homered tonight, settles in, and he looks at ball 1. Here's the pitch low. 2 balls, no strikes the count. Boy, this is one power show being put on display by the Richmond Flying Squirrels tonight. 5 homers, and we're only in the 4th inning. There's a bouncing ball to second base. Datris gets the letter high hop, throws to first, and there are 2 away.
Second baseman Jimmy Glowinski.
Now the second baseman Jimmy Glowinski, who has doubled to right and walked. The pitch. Way high, 1-0. You know, it's interesting. Carter Aldrete did not play in the first 2 games of this series. He gets the start tonight. And in 3 at-bats over 4 innings, here's a pitch way inside, and it hit him. Glowinky gets hit. The 32nd pitch thrown this inning by McKillican. And the 107th pitch thrown by Hartford pitching in this game hits Glowinky. Here's the catcher, Brandon Martoreno. Swung on and popped up into shallow right field. Drifting back is the second baseman Datchus, who makes the catch, and mercifully the inning comes to an end. But another crooked number for the Flying Squirrels as we head to the last of the 4th. It is Richmond 12, Hartford nothing. You're listening to Yard Goats Baseball on the Connecticut Radio Network. Well, the Stag has landed on the moon. The Hartford Stag and the full moon overlooking Duncan Park, and it's got to be a full moon tonight because the Yard Goats are losing 12-0 as we go to the last of the 4th inning, and Sterling Thompson leads it off. Carson Seymour has faced the minimum through 3, and it's not allowed a hit. As Thompson, who went after the first pitch his first time up and grounded out to second base, takes a pitch inside, ball 1. The Yard Goats have had 1 base runner, Braxton Fulford, who walked to open the last of the 3rd but was erased on a double play. There's a fastball in there for a strike, catching the outside corner, 1-1. The story right now, the Richmond Flying Squirrels, 12 runs on 8 hits, and 5 of those 8 hits have been home runs. 1-1 pitch, way outside, 2 balls, 1 strike the count. Here's the set. And the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss at a low fastball. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. There's a limited Major League Baseball schedule. The Yard Goats parent club, the Colorado Rockies, not in action tonight. They'll host the Toronto Blue Jays beginning tomorrow night at Coors Field. Pitch misses way inside. 3 balls, 2 strikes the count. But the parent club of the Richmond Flying Squirrels, the San Francisco Giants, are in action tonight. And they're playing at San Diego. Payoff pitch. Fastball is lifted in the air to left field. And coming in, making the basket catch, is Munguia. He started back on that ball. Got a terrible read. Started back and then had to recover and come in, denying the Yard Goats their first hit of the night. Munguia making the catch, and that'll bring up the second baseman, Kyle Datchus. Kyle struck out his first time up. Here's the pitch. High for a ball. 1-0. How about the series unfolding beginning tonight in Los Angeles? The Braves and the Dodgers. Two of the best teams in all of baseball. Here's a pitch in there for a strike. 1-1. You could make a strong case they are the two best teams in baseball. Baltimore might tell you differently. Seattle might have something to say about that, the way they've been playing. Pitch is low for a ball. 2-1. And the Mariners, who are not playing today, won yesterday and finished the month of August with 21 wins, the most wins they have ever garnered in a month. They have come on like gangbusters. Swing and a miss at a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. Strike two. 2-2 the count on Datras. So the Braves, who are 87-45, visit the Dodgers, who are 83-49. The start of a 4-game series in Los Angeles. They're in the top of the 6th inning in Washington, and the Marlins lead the Nationals 5-1. Pitch on the way. Swung on and hit off the glove of Seymour. Barehanded by Wilson. The shortstop's throw to first is in time. And the no-hitter remains intact. That was a comebacker, sharply hit off the glove of Seymour, and then deflected to the shortstop Wilson, who made the barehand pickup, got the off-balance throw to first in time to nip Datras by the hair on your chinny chin. What a game Wilson is having. Score that one 1-6-3, and now Yanquiel Fernandez will bat. The pitch. Swung on and a ground ball, backhanded at second, now dropped by Glowenke. He recovers, throws to first in time. And that's how the last of the 4th ends. Some interesting play up the middle of the diamond. We head to the top of the 5th with the score. Richmond 12, Hartford nothing. You're listening to Yard Goats Baseball on the Connecticut Radio Network. Well, they just had the Connecticut Baby Goat Race here at Duncan Park, and that always elicits a big response. Pitching change brought to you by Trantolo. Wayne Trantolo, new pitcher in the ball game for the Yard Goats, is the right-hander Nick Garcia, who's been used mostly as a starter this season. Garcia's first pitch is bounced up the middle, fielded by Datras. He throws to first in time to get Munguia, and that's how the top of the 5th begins. Austin McKilligan goes an inning and 2/3 tonight, allows 3 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned. He didn't walk anybody, and he struck out 1. So Kyle Datras fields that ball. Here's Will Wilson having a game both at the plate and in the field. He takes this pitch Way outside ball one, 1-0. Wilson at the plate has struck out, had a grand slam, and reached on an error. He's also scored 2 runs. The pitch. Fastball on the outside corner, a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count. Nick Garcia on in relief. Garcia making his 21st appearance of the year, his 3rd in relief. Here's a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count. Nick has a record of 2 wins, 9 losses, and a 7.26 earned run average. Now the 1-2. Swung on and ripped into right field, a base hit. Fernandez goes down on one knee to field the baseball. And Wilson is aboard with his 2nd hit of the ball game. We've seen a lot of that tonight. Richmond not only is hitting home runs, but they're going with that pitch with success to the opposite field. Here's Sean Roby. He has struck out twice. Also has doubled to right field. The pitch in there for a strike. No balls, 1 strike, the count. 12-0 Richmond. We are in the top of the 5th inning in game 3 of a 6-game series. Pitch is popped up foul off the first base side, and the ball's going to land in the seats and then bounce up into the second deck where the luxury boxes are. And a fan comes away with a baseball. Look at that. A souvenir at Duncan Park. How about that? There's a drive to right field. Fernandez turns, and this one is gone. A home run for Sean Roby. A 2-run homer. The 6th home run hit in the game for the Flying Squirrels. And it is now Richmond 14, Hartford nothing. That ball exiting at 107 miles per hour, 386 feet. And that ball just ripped out of this ballpark and landed about 3 rows back in the upper deck and bounced back on the field. That's how hard the ball was hit. It hit a seat in the 3rd row of the upper deck and bounced back onto the field. Here's Shane Matheny. This is incredible. History is being made tonight. We'll have to scurry through the books, but I'm sure this has never been done before. Now 6 homers by the opposition, and Richmond has homered in every inning tonight. Here's a high drive, deep center field. This should stay in the ballpark for Decolati. Nico ranging back, and he makes the catch. So Matheny is retired for the 2nd out. I mean, it's got to be some kind of a record. The team has homered in every inning, and here we are in the 5th. Already 6 homers in the ball game. A power display like none other. Here's a ground ball down to 3rd, fielded by Bernabel. He throws across, and that retires the side. But the Flying Squirrels' power surge continues. And you said Squirrels short-circuited power? Not tonight. We head to the last of the 5th. Richmond 14, Hartford nothing. This is Yard Goats Baseball. Well, there's a look at the Hartford. That's looking west. Check of the standings, which, well, going to change. Somerset's beating Portland again tonight. Binghamton had a lead and a no-hitter on Harrisburg. But a look at the second half standings in the Northeast Division of the Eastern League, with Somerset currently on top of Binghamton by 3, Portland by 6, Reading 7, Hartford 8.5, and New Hampshire 9.5. Carson Seymour has no hit the Yardgoats through 4 innings. Grant Levine leads off the last of the 5th. He struck out swinging his first time up. And the pitch is in there for a strike. 0-1. Meanwhile, on a night that the University of Connecticut has opened its football season a few miles from here, the Flying Squirrels have scored 2 touchdowns at Duncan Park. Here's a swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes the count. They are leading 14-0 at the half. Well, it must be the half. We're in the last of the 5th inning. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Low for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Let's check that out of town scoreboard presented by Budweiser. Somerset has defeated Portland 5-2. Erie a 4-3 winner over Altoona. Harrisburg has gotten a hit at Binghamton. Here's a swing and a miss, strike 3. Levine fans. That's the 6th strikeout for Seymour, and that'll bring up the third baseman, Warming Bernabel, one of the strikeout victims tonight. Anyway, Binghamton leads Harrisburg, and now that game is a final. Binghamton has won. Binghamton has defeated Harrisburg 1-0. There's a high fly into right center field. Ranging in is the center fielder Matheny, who puts it away. And quickly 2 are gone here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Akron leads Bowie 4-3 in the top of the 8th. The Richmond Flying Squirrels could be in second place by their lonesome tonight. The way things are going, Julio Carrera struck out swinging his first time up, and he takes a fastball outside, ball 1. Now the guess is here that no Richmond pitcher who is a starter has pitched beyond the 5th inning this year, and that probably will be the case with Seymour, who's pitched a gem. All that he's been advertised. Fastball catches the outside corner, 1-1. He hit a blip in his last start at Portland, but his prior 4 starts before that outstanding, and here he is again, no hitting the Yardgoats as Carreras fouls the pitch back. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. So Binghamton has won 1-0. Somerset has won 5-2 over Portland. Akron leads Bowie 4-3, and Erie has defeated Altoona 4-3. Carrera strikes out. The no-hitter continues. Seymour has faced the minimum through 5. We head to the 6th. It's Richmond 14, Hartford 0. You're listening to Yardgoats Baseball on the Kinetic Air Radio Network. Top of the 6th inning, new catcher in the ball game for the Yard Goats is Drew Romo. Remember, Braxton Fulford had taken a foul ball in that top of the 5th inning that really hurt, and so he has been lifted, and Drew Romo is the new catcher. Nick Garcia's pitch to Carter Aldrete is in there for a strike, 0-1. Aldrete has hit 2 homers tonight, two two-run homers as Richmond leads 14-0. Here's a swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes the count. He has 2 of Richmond's 6 homers. Coincidentally, the most home runs the Yard Goats have given up in a game in franchise history, 7 against the Flying Squirrels. The 0-2 pitch, way upstairs, 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. But that was at the Diamond in Richmond last May the 29th. Here's the 1-2. Changeup is bounced foul to the Hartford dugout on the third base side. Now, having broadcast many games there, both when the Diamond was home to a AAA ball club and also these AA Squirrels, I can tell you that is not a home run hitter's haven. You could make the case this ballpark is, but not the Diamond. Here is a swing and a foul at the plate. So Aldrete still alive with a 1 ball, 2 strike count on him. But the Flying Squirrels have homered in every inning tonight through the first 5, including 2 homers in the 2nd inning. There's a foul at the plate that got Aldrete's bat handle. And something else on which to chew, Richmond has hit 9 home runs in the series. I mean, that's been the modus operandi when the opposition comes to Duncan Park. They hit a plethora of homers. Here's a pitch low for a ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. And Richmond is no exception. Already 9 homers, and this is just game 3 of the series. Nick Garcia, the 3rd pitcher used by the Yard Goats tonight. Carson Palmquist started, then Austin McKillican, and now Garcia. Pitch misses, ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes the count. But Aldrete having himself a night in the first game he has appeared in this series. Pitch on the way is swung on and hit deep to left field, and it is gone. He has done it again. Carter Aldrete with his 3rd home run of the ball game, and it is now Richmond 15, Hartford nothing. Touch 'em all, Carter Aldrete, who came into this game with a 123 batting average in the month of August. 3 homers tonight. Carter Aldrete having a night. But then again, so are the Flying Squirrels. And now that ties the record for most homers given up in a game by Yard Goats pitching. And it came against Richmond. Here's a pitch outside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike the count on Logan Wyatt, who has homered and grounded out twice. A 3-homer game for Aldrete. This pitch is in there for a strike. Incredible. Watching history here tonight at Duncan Park. Now the deal, swung on and lined right to the shortstop Carreras. 1 down. I mean, these numbers are off the charts. Aldrete with 3 homers, 5 runs batted in. I mean, he came into this game batting 123 in the month of August. In 21 games, here is a swing and a foul tip. I guess he was due. He had 5 runs batted in entering tonight's game in the month of August. Over 21 games, 5 runs batted in. He has 5 runs batted in tonight. Jimmy Glowinski has been on base 3 times. Here's a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Glowinski has doubled to right, walked, and been hit by a pitch. 15-0 Richmond. They've slugged 7 homers. At least 1 homer in each inning. And Carter already has 3 homers. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count on Glowinski as he fouled the pitch back. A night to remember for the Richmond Flying Squirrels. 1-2 pitch. High and outside, 2-2. You know how sometimes you'll read a neighborhood has lost power? A squirrel caused the power outage. Here's a ground ball into center field, a base hit past the diving Datras. And the onslaught continues as Glowinski picks up his second hit. It's now 12 hits in the game for the Squirrels. You know how you read a squirrel got caught in a transformer in the neighborhood is without power. Well, not these squirrels. These squirrels don't cause power outages. They're generating power. Here's a high fly to center field, deep center. Ranging back is Decolati. On the warning track, he makes the catch. Tagging up and advancing to second base is Glowinski. And there are 2 away. It might be a 15-0 ball game, but there's Glowinski tagging at first base on the deep fly to center. Now Ismael Munguia, who set the tone. There's Decolati ranging way back. Munguia set the tone when he opened up the ball game with a home run, and the Squirrels have not looked back. Here's a pitch low for a ball, 1-0. They have not looked back, putting on a power display like the 27 Yankees. Here's the 1-0. Pitch is low for a ball, 2-0. Now the pitch, swing and a foul back. 2 balls, 1 strike the count. Well, no Richmond player has hit 3 home runs in a game this year. Here's a pitch in there for a strike, caught the inside corner. 2-2 on Munguia. 5 Richmond players have had games in which they've hit 2 homers this season. Pitch on the way is drilled into center field. It's going to drop in there for a base hit. Around third, heading home is Glowinski. He will score. It is a run-scoring single for Ismael Munguia, and it is now Richmond 16, Hartford nothing. So Munguia picks up his second run batted in the ball game, and he now has 27 RBI on the year. Here's Will Wilson, who hit a grand slam back in the second inning. Pitch is in there for a strike. 0-1. By the way, Richmond is pitching a no-hitter. So don't go away. Bouncing ball to third, charged by Bernabel. He throws off balance to first in time. And that ends the top of the 6th. But another crooked number for the Flying Squirrels. We head to the last of the 6th as Aldretti goes yard for the 3rd time. He's hit 3 homers. There's home run number 3 coming in this top of the 6th. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning, 16-0 Richmond. Well, a look at the Yard Goats dugout as we head to the last of the 6th inning. Hartford trailing 16-0, and history continues to be made here because Carson Seymour will become the first Richmond starter this year to pitch into the 6th inning as he works to Drew Romo. And the first pitch is in there for a strike, 0-1. Well, Seymour has a no-hitter through 5. He's only thrown 58 pitches. So maybe that's why, huh? Fastball is pulled foul towards the Richmond dugout onto the field. No balls, 2 strikes the count on Romo, who came in for Braxton Fulford in the top of the 6th inning. Drew is hitting at .244 with 9 homers and 39 runs batted in. The Yard Goats have had just 1 base runner tonight. Braxton Fulford, who's now left the game. He walked in the 3rd and then was erased on a double play. So Seymour has worked to the minimum through 5 as Romo fouls the pitch back. No balls, 2 strikes the count. Richmond has 16 runs on 13 hits, including 7 homers, 3 by Carter Aldrete. And Carson Seymour is pitching a no-hitter. There's a bouncer foul into the dugout and then out again. No balls, 2 strikes the count. Yard Goats won the opener of this series and come from behind fashion on Tuesday night, 4-3. Richmond won last night 5-4 after blowing a 4-0 lead. They got a home run in the 7th inning by Logan Wyatt to break the 4-4 tie and hold on for a 5-4 win. And now they're up 16-0 with 7 homers. Pitch on the way is swung on and missed. Strike 3. So Romo strikes out to start the last of the 6th. That's 8 strikeouts for Seymour, 1 shy of the most he has struck out in a game this year. He struck out 9 in a ball game earlier this season. 9 Ks against Altoona back on August the 1st. Here's a high foul, 3rd base side, out of play. No balls, 1 strike the count on the Yard Goats DH. Colin Simpson. Now the pitch. Fastball at 95 miles per hour. Misses inside. You could probably hear the ball crack the mitt of Martoreno all the way up here on your radio. Here's a drive to right field, and this is going to be the first hit of the game for the Yard Goats. Simpson digging for 2, and he's in with a double. And listen to the crowd. The first Hartford hit is a double by Colin Simpson from Oklahoma State. He ripped it. And Barracoto tried to make the catch and preserve the no-no and had to play it off the wall. And as the late Skip Carey would say, now you can go walk your dog. Nico Decolati grounded into a double play his first time up. Here's the pitch. In there for a strike. 0-1. Now the set and the deal. Swung on and bounced slowly to the left side. Barehanded by Wilson. His off-balance throw to first, not in time. Decolati tearing down that first base line, and the Yard Goats have runners at the corners as Simpson advances to 3rd. And Decolati reaches on the infield hit. Wilson doing a nice job charging that baseball, making the barehand pickup. His throw to first, not in time. So with runners at the corners, here's Sterling Thompson, who has grounded out to 2nd and flied to left. The pitch. Fastball high, ball one, 1-0 the count. Trying to get a look at that Richmond bullpen. You get the idea this would be Seymour's last inning anyway. Pitch is outside for a ball. 2-0. No Richmond starter has pitched into the 6th inning this year. And Seymour has pitched 5 into 3rd. 2 balls, no strikes the count. Fastball is bounced to second base. To second for 1. Over to first. Safe. Scoring from third base is Simpson, and the Yard Goats are on the board. It's now Richmond 16, Hartford 1. And look at Carson Seymour. He's upset that he gave up a run. Would have been awfully difficult to turn 2 as Glowenke got the throw off to the shortstop Wilson. The throw to first not in time. Thompson hustling down the first base line, picks up a run battered in on the fielder's choice. And that'll bring up the second baseman Kyle Datras as the catcher Martoreno heads to the mound to have a word with Seymour, try to squeeze one more out of him. Kyle tonight has struck out and hit into a 1-6-3 ground out. Here's the set and the pitch. Low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes the count. So the Yard Goats are on the board. Down 16-1 as Kyle Datras tries to keep it going. The pause and the pitch. Fouled off the first base side onto Main Street. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. By the way, Aldretti is due to bat 4th if a batter reaches base for the Squirrels in the top of the 7th as Datras takes a pitch low. 2-1. Aldretti has 3 homers in this ball game. He might get a couple of cracks at hitting his 4th homer the way that batting order has been turning over for the Squirrels tonight. There's a fastball in there for a strike. 2-2 on Kyle. Now Keel Fernandez waits on deck. Carson Seymour comes set. Long pause. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball is over but low. Ball 3, 3-2. So Thompson will be off and running on the payoff pitch with 2 away. The set. And the deal. Swung on and bounced towards the middle. Wilson fields. Throws to first, not in time. That will be a base hit for Datras. And the Yard Goats now have runners at first and second as Kyle picks up his first hit of the infield variety. And that's going to be it. On his way to the mound is manager Dennis Pelfrey, and he has motion to his bullpen. He wanted to get 6 out of Seymour tonight, but the right-hander runs out of gas. We have a pitching change here at Duncan Park with a score: Richmond 16, Hartford 1. Back to tell you about the pitching change in just a moment. You're listening to Yard Goats Baseball on the Connecticut Air Radio Network. Pitching change brought to you by Trantolo and Trantolo. New pitcher in the ball game is Hunter Dula. Carson Seymour pitches 5 2/3 innings tonight. That is the longest any Richmond starter has gone this season. Allows 3 hits at the moment, 1 run earned. Walked 1, struck out 80 through 78 pitches. And now he gives way to the right-hander Hunter Dula with 2 outs, a run in, runners at first and second, and the last of the 6th, and Yanquiel Fernandez settling in. Fernandez has grounded out to first and grounded out to second. Here's the set and the pitch. Fastball is inside ball 1, 1-0. Dula is making his 3rd appearance since joining Richmond. He has a record of no wins, no losses, a 16.20 earned run average. Now the delivery. Fastball is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. Dula was selected in the 18th round of the 2021 draft by San Francisco. Here's a drive down the right field line. It's in there for a base hit, maybe extra bases. Around third, in to score is Thompson. Stopping at third base is Datras. It's a run-scoring single for Yanquiel Fernandez, and it is now Richmond 16, Hartford 2. And that run will go on the record of Carson Seymour as Fernandez turns on a pitch and rips it down the right field line. He's held to a long single as Barracoto got to that baseball in a hurry, and Datras put the brakes on at third base following the run being scored by Thompson. So Fernandez picks up a run batted in, and now Grant Levine will hit. He has struck out twice tonight. And the pitch misses outside ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes the count. By the way, for Yanquiel, that's his 20th run batted in as a yard goat. Here's a pitch that misses outside. Now the throw down to third base is high and into left field. In to score is Datras. Advancing to second base is Fernandez, and it is now 16-3 Richmond. Well, Martoreno tried to get Datras, who was dancing off third base on the pitch in the dirt, and overthrew the third baseman Roby. Ball landing in left field, and Kyle scored from third. So that'll be an error on the catcher. And Fernandez advanced to second base. 2-0 pitch. Misses outside ball 3, 3-0. By the way, that is the first error committed by Richmond. Pitch is outside ball 4, and Levine walks on 4 pitches. So the Yard Goats are putting an inning together here as Warming Bernabel becomes the 8th Yard Goat to bat this inning.
Now batting number 0, Warming Bernabel.
Warming 0 for 2 tonight, and he looks up to find Yanquiel Fernandez at second base and Grant Levine at first. The pitch swung on and hit in the air to right center field. Matheny, the center fielder, angling to his left, reaches out to make the catch on the warning track, ending the last of the 6th. But the Yard Goats bat 8 men and score 3 runs. We head to the 7th with the score: Richmond 16, Hartford 3. You're listening to Yard Goats Baseball on the Connecticut Radio Network.
or get pulled over.
Top of the 7th inning, a look from behind home plate at Duncan Park, as Sean Roby will lead it off for the Richmond Flying Squirrels. Roby homered his last time up. He looks at a strike from Nick Garcia, 0-1. Roby has struck out twice, doubled, and did a 2-run homer. So he's 2 for 4, 2 runs batted in. Takes a pitch on the outside corner for a called strike, 0-2. 16 runs, 13 hits, 1 error for Richmond. 3 runs, 4 hits, 1 error for the Yard Goats. Now Garcia delivers 0-2, and the changeup is grounded over the mound. Datris fields from behind second base and throws on to first in time. So Roby is out, number 1. Shane Matheny will bat now. He has walked, struck out looking, struck out swinging, and flied to center. You know, watching some power surge tonight.
Yeah,
Jeff.
like we've never seen before, Dan.
Yep. Pitch on the way is grounded down to second base. Datris goes down on one knee to field, throws to first, and quickly 2 are gone here at the top of the 7th inning. Now Victor Barracoto. Barracoto has struck out, walked, singled in 2 runs, and grounded out to third. He's also scored twice. Kyle Datris, a busy man here in this 7th inning.
He has been.
Here's the pitch. In there for a strike, a proportion of the zone. Carter Aldrete, who has 3 homers tonight, is on deck. The 1-strike pitch. Changeup is hit high in the air to deep left field. This one is going. It is gone. The 8th home run of the ball game for the Richmond Flying Squirrels is a home run by Victor Barracoto, and it's now 17-3 Richmond. Barracoto's 8th homer of the year, and the Flying Squirrels have set a record. The 8 home runs, the most homers given up in a game by the Hartford Yard Goats. That one traveling 408 feet, 110 miles per hour, the exit velocity. And now the guy who has 3 homers in the game, Carter Aldrete. And he takes a breaking ball, low, ball 1.
How about this power surge?
Well, it's amazing. And the Flying Squirrels have now hit at least 1 home run in every inning tonight. And we're in the 7th. Here's the pitch low, 2-0 the count. Got to be some kind of a record.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
2-0, swing and a miss, 2-1. It would figure, by the way, that Barracoto get in on the act because he has hit more homers than any other Giants player in the Giants farm system this year. 2-1, upstairs, 3-1, and he's now got 8 home runs since joining Richmond. Meanwhile, Aldrete eyeballing a 3-ball, 1-strike count. The pitch in there for a strike, 3-2. Don't you think he's trying to get his 4th homer of the night?
You know where he's swinging, Dan.
Yeah. Now the payoff pitch. Breaking ball is in there. Strike 3 called. Aldrete looks back at the plate umpire, Mitch Terziak. He's punched out, but the home run onslaught continues at Duncan. 7th inning stretch time with a score: Richmond 17, Hartford 3. You're listening to Yard Goats Baseball on the Connecticut Radio Network.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean, why we from. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Ladies and physicians. Healthcare the way it should be in over 30 convenient locations. Now, join us in the singing of Take Me Out to the Ball Game with Yard Goats radio broadcaster Dan Lavallo.
All right, let me hear you good and loud. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me a hot dog in Yard Goat's cap. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root, root, root for the Yard Goats. If they don't win, it's a shame, for it's 1, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. All right.
Great job, Dan, and thank you to Starling Physicians. Fans, it's last call. Alcoholic beverages will not be sold after the end of the 7th inning.
Well, there we go to the last of the 7th inning. Hunter Dula, who came on in relief. Carson Seymour ready to go. Hey, it's been Seinfeld night here at Duncan Park, and they're even serving no soup for you at Duncan Park on Seinfeld night. John O'Hurley was here earlier.
The shortstop, number 4, Julio Carreras.
So anyway, Seinfeld night, no soup for you. And some of the flavor here at Duncan Park, along with the power surge for the Richmond Flying Squirrels. Here's Julio Carreras, leads off the last of the 7th. First ball swinging, grounds it wide of third, and it's going to go under the glove of the third baseman, Roby. So Carreras is aboard to start the last of the 7th inning on a historic night of power at Duncan Park. Here's Drew Romo. Came on for Braxton Fulford in the 6th inning. He struck out swinging his first time up. The set in the pitch. Fastball way upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes the count as Hunter Dula on in relief of Carson Seymour starts an inning fresh. He entered with 2 outs in the 6th. Pitch misses outside for a ball. 2-0. Now the pause and the 2-0 delivery. Way outside, ball 3, 3-0. Dula had been pitching at High A Eugene. So he's trying to get his feet wet at the Double-A level. 6'1", 205 pounds, 24 years of age, from Troutman, North Carolina. And that's fastball way upstairs, ball 4. I'm sure manager Dennis Pelfrey feels this is an excellent opportunity to get this young right-hander's feet wet. But now the pitching coach, Paul Asagera, heads to the mound. He's going to have a conversation with the young right-hander. Tell him, look, at those strikes. The Richmond bullpen at the moment is quiet, up by 2 touchdowns. You can understand. But the Yard Goats trying to get their hacks in. They still have 9 outs to go. And the man who got the Yard Goats' first hit of the night, Colin Simpson, is going to be digging in. Carson Seymour had no hit the Yard Goats for 5 1/3 innings before Simpson ripped a double to right field. in the 6th inning. Yardgoats then went out to score 3 runs. But the story of this night has been Richmond and the home runs the Squirrels have hit. Fastball is in there for a strike, 0-1. 8 home runs. At least 1 in every inning. And we're in the last of the 7th. And Carter Aldrete has hit 3 of them. And he may get one more chance to bat before the night is over. The 0-1 pitch is ripped to the first baseman, Wyatt. He throws to second for 1. That's all they get. Well, in a 17-3 ball game, even though Wyatt was just a couple of steps away from first base, instead of going for the sure out, he turns and throws a one-hopper. Ball fielded down there at second base by the shortstop, Will Wilson. And Simpson is aboard on the fielder's choice. Romo is erased. Carreras advances to third. The Yardgoats have runners at the corners now for Nico Decolati. Pitch on the way is in there for a strike. 0-1. Decolati has grounded into a double play and reached on an infield hit to short. And he swings and drills it into right center field, a base hit. Carreras scores. On his way to third base is Simpson. And it is now 17-4 Richmond on the run-scoring single by Nico Decolati. Curveball right out over the plate. And Nico was not about to let that pitch go by as Matheny gets the throw back to second base. Will Wilson, the shortstop, handling the throw, and Decolati picks up his second hit and a run batted in. Now the leadoff hitter, Sterling Thompson. The pitch. And Sterling takes it outside, ball 1, 1-0.
Dan, the Goats have really grind out some at-bats, though. I mean, obviously they struggled first 6 innings, first 5 innings without a hit. Finally get something going in the 6th inning, getting Seymour out of the game. But they've grinded out some at-bats the last couple of innings.
Hey, you know, everything counts. Here's a swing and a miss at a high fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count. I mean, I'm sure when they went into the dugout in the last of the 6th, trailing 16-0, they weren't too happy about that. 1-1. Catches the outside corner for a called strike, 1-2. And so they're professionals. They're playing with pride. They want to keep this game going and make every at-bat count. Pitch is over but low. Ball 2, 2-2 the count. And with 1 out, the Yardgoats looking for more. They have runners at the corners. Trailing 17-4. Dula comes set at the waist. The North Carolina native delivers 2-2, and the pitch is looped in the air down the left field line, and it's going to drop in there for a base hit. Simpson scores, making the headfirst dive at third. It's Decolati. It is a bloop single and a run batted in for Sterling Thompson, and it's now Richmond 17, Hartford 5. As Thompson reaches out and bloops it down the left field line.
Hey, in the paper tomorrow looks like a line drive hit, right?
Sure does. So Sterling picks up his 2nd run batted into the ball game. And on the season, Thompson now has 12 RBIs since joining Hartford 3+ weeks ago. Here's Kyle Datris, takes the fastball high and tight, ball 1, 1-0. And there's Decolati, by the way, hustling all the way to third base on that base hit. 1-0. Inside for a ball, 2-0. At the moment, that Richmond bullpen is quiet, as Dula is going to be given a big learning curve tonight. Overhand pitch, misses outside. 3-0 now on Datris. Yard Goats sent 8 men to the plate and scored 3 runs in the 6th. Kyle is the 6th Goat to bat this inning. And we're going to get a 7th now because Datris walks. And that's going to load the bases.
And the crowd sticking around and trying to get energized here, Dan, in the 7th inning.
You can't blame them. Yanquiel Fernandez has grounded out twice and knocked in a run with a single. And now Martoreno heads to the mound. He's buying some time. Dennis Pelfrey, the Richmond manager, is poised on the top dugout step. This is all to buy some time. We're going to get some stirring, I think, in the Richmond bullpen. It's quiet at the moment. Yep. We're going to get some bullpen action now. Evan Gates, a right-hander, begins to loosen. All Pelfrey is trying to do is squeeze a couple of more outs out of Dula. Yard Goats, meanwhile, are trying to score some runs. 17-5 Richmond, but you know, Fernandez unloads one here. And it's a bit interesting. And he does! High drive, deep right center. It is going to be off the wall. Here comes Decolati in to score. Here comes Thompson. It is a 2-run double for Yanquiel Fernandez. And it is now Richmond 17, the Yard Goats 7.
How did that not get out? Wow. I mean, that looked like it was heading to Trumbull Street when it left his bat. Oh, he got under it too much. Yep. Just had enough to muscle it off the fence for a wall-scraping 2-run double.
So the Yard Goats are within 10. As for the 2nd straight inning, Hartford will bat at least 8 men. They batted 8, as we said, on the 6th. Levine is the 8th man to bat this inning. He has struck out twice and walked. The pitch, swing and a miss at a fastball, strike 1. Yanquiel Fernandez picking up 2 more runs, batted 8. He now has 22 on the year. The pitch, swung on and drilled into right field. It is a base hit. Here comes Datris in to score. Fernandez stops at third. The ball gets away. Coming down the line is Fernandez. The front of the plate. He's safe. The Yard Goats scored 2 more runs. It's now 17-9.
Well, you're going to get an argument here, and Richmond's manager is not happy. Looked like the ball beat him, but somehow Fernandez got the leg in, and the Goats have put up a big number here in the 7th, Dan.
Wow, this has been some inning as the Yard Goats have scored 6 runs, and there's still just 1 man out. Here's warming Bernabel. The Yard Goats have batted around. Bernabel is 0 for 3 tonight.
It's a football score tonight,
yes,
huh?
It is. Pitch on the way is swung on and missed, strike 1. Well, it's a cool evening. Football is in the air, I guess.
We'll watch the replay again here on MLB television. And Fernandez stopped, and then when the ball got away from the catcher, tough to tell from that angle.
The 0-1 pitch, swung on and grounded to short. Up with the ball is Wilson. He throws low to first, but in time. Advancing to third base is Levine, but there are 2 away.
The shortstop, number 4, Julio Carreras.
So that'll bring up the shortstop, Julio Carreras, the 10th Yard Goat to bat this inning. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you get a hit here. It's a 7-run game. And that sounds crazy, but it was 16-0.
That's right. Pitch on the way is fouled back, 0-1. I mean, you could say the Yard Goats are on a 9-1 run.
Right.
The pitch, swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes the count on Carreras. Richmond with 17 runs on 14 hits. The Yard Goats with 9 runs on 9 hits. Now the pause. And the pitch. Outside. Crowd trying to stir up the rhythmic applause. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Pitch to Carreras is in there. Strike 3 called. So Carreras strikes out looking. And that ends what is a wild 7th inning as the Yard Goats send 10 to the plate and score 6 runs. We head to the 8th with the score. Richmond 17, Hartford 9. You're listening to Yard Goats Baseball on the Connecticut Radio Network. Pitching change brought to you by Trancholo and Trancholo. New pitcher in the ball game is Blake Goldsberry. As we head to the top of the 8th inning, 17-9 Richmond. And what is a wild one at Duncan Park, and ready to carry us home on this Thursday night. Once again, here's the voice of the Yard Goats, Jeff Dooley.
All right, Dan, thank you very much. Goldsberry, the 4th pitcher used by Kristen for you tonight. Looking to stop the bleeding as the Squirrels have hit a home run each of the first 7 innings tonight. And 8 total home runs, a franchise record, and the most home runs ever hit against the Goats in a game. The pitch is swung on a high pop-up. Back of first. Levine backpedaling, gives way to the second baseman, Datras. And it's Datras that calls and catches about 5 feet back in the outfield lawn. And puts away Logan Wyatt for the first out of the 8th.
Second baseman Jimmy Glowinski.
Now Jimmy Glowinski, who been on base all 4 times, a single, a double, a walk, and he was hit by a pitch. And he takes low ball 1. These 2 teams will battle again tomorrow, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon. The pitch is outside, and after an off day, Labor Day on Monday, the Goats back to work starting on Tuesday for the final stretch of home games. They'll play 7 games in 6 days against the Binghamton Rumble Ponies. There's the 2-0 pitch. It swung on a pop-up foul third base side. Flying Squirrels, you can just tell by their cut stand that they're getting everything involved in their swing to try to hit a home run.
You know, if you were to tell somebody that the Richmond starter had a no-hitter for 5 2/3 innings, they wouldn't believe you.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, there's just been so many storylines in this game tonight. As the next one is hit foul. And the count 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Remember, in the 8th inning, it's 17-9.
Mm-hmm. Goldsberry holds that glove out in front of the face. Now begins to wind. Comes stop. Now it's 2-2 pitch. It's fouled back to the screen. The count 2 balls, 2 strikes. I think Blake has kind of altered his delivery a little bit in his way that he comes to the plate. We always talk about hitters and pitchers making adjustments during the course of the season. There's the 2-2 swung on, a bullet into center field and a base hit. Glowinky with a 1-out single here in the 8th inning.
Well, I think it's safe to say the way this game is going that Carter Aldrete will get a chance to bat again to go for that 4th home run.
Brandon Moreno 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. He's in from the right side. The infield double play. Depp Levine at first base holds Glowinky. The pitch. That's in for a strike. A fastball right down the chute. Strike 1. Mention the upcoming games this week. Tomorrow night, Hartford has it nights. Andrew Cazada against Nick Swiak, and my friends from the University of St. Joseph will be here. There's the pitch. That is outside of the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Goldsberry again ready. And the 1-1 pitch. That's in for a strike. A fastball on the inner half, and it's 1-2. Not a good night for pitchers, but that is baseball. There's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball missing away. The count 2 balls, 2 strikes. "17 runs, 15 hits, 8 for home runs for Richmond, 9 runs, 9 hits for the Yard Goats." The pitch in there for a call. 3rd strike. Goldsberry comes back with a fastball 94. Top of the strike zone and gets Moreno, and that's the 2nd out of the inning. Good looking pitch from Blake. Pitch, and the lefty hitter takes it outside. That's Ishmael Mugia. That's 2 hits, including a home run.
Yeah, he opened the ball game with a home run, the first of the 8 by Richmond, and it's the 2nd time this year he's led off a game with a home run.
Kind of got this flying squirrels lineup off and running. Pitch. That's a strike in the outer half that time as he hits the black part of the plate. The count 1 ball, 1 strike. Goldsberry's 1-1. Swing and a miss. Dropping down to 1 knee. There's the batter. Munguia on the count 1-2. Bean continues to hold. Glowinky at first base. Goldsberry ready. The 1-2 pitch is swung on. That's hit towards center field. On the go, Decolati, and goes to his left. Squares the shoulders. Turning to his left and making the catch. Puts away Munguia. And finally, the home run drought, or the home run streak, comes to an end, is what I should have said. 7 straight innings with a home run, but not in the 8th. We head to the bottom of the 8th. It's 17-9 Richmond on the Connecticut Radio Network.
The new pitcher in the ball game is right-hander Evan Gates. Third pitcher used tonight by the Richmond Flying Squirrels. Drew Romo leads it off, and here's Jeff.
All right, we saw Gates the other day, Dan. And the first one to Romo came in as a defensive substitution for Braxton Fulford earlier in the game, and he takes strike one. Almost struck out and walked in 2 plate appearances. Gates steals. The pitch is swung and pulled foul. Third base side. And the pitch home, that's a little bit low. And the count goes to 1-2. Gates has allowed 10 runs over his last 9 appearances in August. 9 walks, 15 strikeouts. He was an all-star last year in the Giants organization. The next one tapped foul and almost stays alive at a ball and 2 strikes. Gates grew up about 20 minutes north of Detroit, Roseville, Michigan. As a quarterback in high school, the pitch is swung on, ground ball over the mound towards second. Glowacki fields and throws in time to get the Goats catcher Romo. He's the first out of the 8th inning. Gates began his collegiate career at Mott Community College.
Catching a hitter, number 18, Colin Simpson.
That was in Flint, Michigan, before transferring to North Carolina A&T as a junior. Signed with the Giants, a non-drafted free agent, 2021. There's the DH, Colin Simpson. Pitch to him is up high for ball 1. Next one is in for a strike, and the count 1 ball, 1 strike. Long look in by Gates. Lifts the leg, the 1-2 pitch. That is low. The count 2 balls, 2 strikes. Next one, check, swing, appeal, and no, says Mitch Triliak. He did not go around. The count fills now 3-2. Time call now as Simpson backs out of the box. Gates pitched 2 nights ago right here at Duncan Park, and looked like Honorino had something wrong. He's going to get, I think, something in his eye, probably a contact, as the trainer comes out to take a look. He'll squirt something in there.
Athletic trainer Chris Walsh on the scene, and it's been a tough night for catchers. Braxton Fulford leaving the game after taking a foul ball. And now this situation involving Mortoreno. He's really working on that area, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if he lost the contact or something. I mean,
wow,
only spraying in there.
Yeah. He still doesn't seem comfortable. I mean, you can't be messing around with your eyesight when you're catching 95-mile-per-hour pitches. And Walsh now really giving it a good look. Meanwhile, it's a long wait for Evan Gates. And hopefully the situation has been straightened out as Walsh hands him a towel. Rather for Moreno, as Gates has been waiting for a long time on the mound.
So Simpson back in now, waiting on a 3-2 pitch. Moreno back behind the plate of the pitch, misses outside ball 4. So, well, maybe the delay cost him as Simpson's got himself a 1-out walk.
That's right.
Presented by Middlesex Health, which means another $25 for Hartford. The center fielder, number 15, Nico Decolati.
Gates signed with the Giants, a non-drafted free agent back in 2021. Split last year between low A San Jose and high A Eugene, and then reached double A and pitched to the Squirrels. Pitched to Nico Decolati. There's the slider that misses up for ball 1. 17-9. You're not watching a football game or listening to a football game. This is baseball indeed. Football score here tonight.
But for the record, North Carolina State is leading UConn 17-14.
Wow, how about that?
Late in the third quarter.
Ski's giving them a run tonight. Gates ready to pitch home. Swing and a miss, and the count goes to 1-2. Decolati will be followed by Sterling Thompson, who's on the on-deck circle. He'll be next. Now the 1-2. Check swing, no, says the first base umpire, Tom Fornarola, in the count.
Oh, no, he's
Oh, he said strike 3.
Yeah, strike 3. Nico's not happy with the call, and he's giving the plate umpire Mitch Terzier some words.
Turns and says some more things as Decolati is gone.
Left fielder number 2, Sterling Thompson.
That's the second out of the 8th inning. He didn't go. Look at that. I mean, I don't think so. Sterling Thompson takes the pitch in for strike 1.
Sometimes when they see that bat move, even though the wrist hasn't been broken, they view it as a swing.
Yeah. Runner breaks for a second. The pitch is chopped to first base off the glove of Wyatt. Had a tough hop and then trickles to the right, and everybody is safe. Thompson at first base. Simpson goes to second base. Wyatt tried to grab the in-between hop and was hit at 92 miles per hour, but first baseman couldn't make the play.
Well, you could see that coming. That ball had a lot of spin on it, and it kicked off the heel of his first baseman's mitt, chased down by the second baseman Glowinski.
So runners at first and second base, 2 away in the 8th inning.
Now another meeting on the mound between the catcher Moreno and pitcher Evan Gates. That will be an error, by the way, charged to Wyatt.
So an error charged to the Squirrels' first baseman. The pitch that is inside for a ball. Goats have 2 on. We'll 2 away here in the 8th. This one is inside of the count. 2 balls, no strikes. That is up high. It's now 3-0. Pitch. That's in for a strike, and the count is 3-1. Thompson at first base. Simpson leads off second. The 3-1 pitch. Swinging a ground ball hit towards deep shortstop to his right. Wilson turns and he flips to second. And it's in time to get Thompson. There's nobody on base. It's probably a hit. I'm not sure that he throws Datros out, but with a runner at second base, an easy path to second to retire the side. We played 8. We head to the 9th. It's 17-9 Richmond in the Connecticut Radio Network.
Well, head to the top of the 9th inning. Hitting things off for the Richmond Flying Squirrels is Will Wilson. And once again, here is Jeff.
All right, off to this 9th inning we go. Pitch to Will Wilson. Swinging and miss, strike one. So missing in the count. 1 ball, 1 strike. Goldsberry's 1-1 pitch is outside. The count goes to 2-1. Infield backed up. Second baseman Datros playing a deep second base. Now the 2-1. Swung in on a high pop up, short right. Fernandez in. The right fielder will call and catch and make the catch with 2 hands towards the line and fair grounds. And Wilson is gone for the first out of the 9th.
Third baseman Sean Roby.
Now this thing got away early tonight from Hartford. Ishmael Munguia had a leadoff home run in the first inning, and then that was the beginning of what would be a long night for Hartford pitching as Sean Roby, the third baseman, is in. He swings and chops a foul at home plate. Squirrels dropped 5 runs in the second inning to go up 6-zip. And then hit 2 home runs, and Richmond would lead at 1.16-0 before the Goats get a run on the board. The pitch, that's up high. Hartford did not have a single hit until the 6th inning, but they scored 3 runs in the 6th. There was a booming double by Colin Simpson that got the offense going for Hartford, and then the Goats end up scoring 6 times in the 7th. They've scored 9 of the last 10 runs, but they're still down 17-9 now in the 9th inning. And the Flying Squirrels have hit 8 home runs. How about Carter Aldrete? You think he plays tomorrow? 3-homer game tonight?
Well, if he's not in the lineup, there ought to be an investigation.
Right. Playing for the first time in this series tonight. Pitch swinging a chopper to third base. Gloved by Bernable. He turns and makes the throw from foul territory. Nicely done in time to get Sean Roby. 1 third baseman to the next. 2-way in the 9th. Good to see Blake Goldsberry kind of settle this game down, Dan.
Well, I would say this has been a total turnaround from what we saw in the first 7 innings tonight. Bernabel doing his job down there at third base.
The pitch to Shane Matheny, the center fielder. And he takes it low for ball 1. Next one is up high in the count. 2 balls, no strikes. There's the pitch. That misses. It's now 3-0. Goldsberry set with a 3-0 pitch, and here it comes. That's in for a strike. It's 3-1. Pitch is swung on and hit foul. Third base side back into the seats. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Jeff, I see Evan Justice, who hails from Richmond and who spent some time with the Yard Goats this season, got into another game with the Rockies last night.
First of 2 Yard Goats to make their major league debuts this season. Of the 2023 Goats roster, that is. He and Hunter Goodman.
Hunter played again last night as well.
Well, Goldsberry ready with a 3-2 pitch for Shane Matheny, and here it comes. Swing and a miss, strike 3. What an outing by Blake Goldsberry. That's his second strikeout and 2 scoreless. We head to the bottom of the 9th. 17-9 Richmond, the Connecticut Radio Network.
Last of the 9th inning, and Evan Gates is out there for another inning of work. With the Yard Goats trailing 17-9, Hartford will bat Fernandez, Levine, and Bernabel against Gates, who did not give up a run in the 8th inning, but he had to pitch around 2 men being left on base. Jeff?
All right, so Yanquiel Fernandez, will see him first. He's driven in 3 runs. Got a 2-run double in the 7th. Just missed a home run. Left the bat, it looked like it'd leave the yard. It did not. He swings and misses a slider at 84, strike 1. Going to see Fernandez with a couple of hits. '20-year-old from Havana, Cuba. Swings and misses here. The slider, the count, no balls, 2 strikes. And as back-to-back games with 2 hits. Now the 0-2. Swinging a hard hit ball foul towards the third base side. He'll do it again. No balls, 2 strikes.
Don't forget to see Andrew Kazana pitching for the Yard Goats tomorrow night. And left-hander Nick Zwack pitches for the Flying Squirrels.
Gates is set. Here's his 0-2. Swung on it. Hit foul third base way. And it'll stay at 2 strikes.
Meanwhile, tonight Richmond is going for its 40th victory over Hartford in the history of this series between Richmond and Hartford. Richmond currently leads the series 39-34.
And the pitch, it bounces before it gets to home plate, and the count 1 ball, 2 strikes. One-two pitch is swung on, line softly to first and grabbed by Wyatt. And Fernandez with a soft liner is the first out of the 9th inning.
That ball had an erratic wiggle to it off of the bat of Fernandez, and Wyatt was almost caught betwixt and between, but he managed to make that catch.
Grant Levine 1 for 3 on RBI single in the 7th inning. He takes the pitch high for ball 1. Gates ready, the 1-0 pitch. Swinging a little chopper foul third base side. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now the 1-1 is a little bit low, and the count will go to 2-1. Gates again set with a 2-1. Here it comes. That's over but low, and the count goes to 3-1. Good take that time by Levine. He tracked that one well. Pitch is swung on, a high drive hit deep left center field. Matheny back to the track at the wall. She's gone. Grant Levine with his 2nd home run in 2 nights for the Goats. He gives Hartford its 10th run of the ball game. It's 17-10.
Well, for Levine, that is his 16th homer of the year. Traveled 385 feet. An exit speed of 106 miles per hour off of a 92-mile-per-hour fastball.
He shot that out of there pretty quickly, didn't he?
Yes.
Third baseman warming Burnable. He swings and chops a foul third base side into the Goats dugout. Strike 1. And there's a really good chance Levine could hit 20 home runs.
Yes, there is.
In Hartford this year.
Yep.
Pitch, swing and a miss. And the count, no balls, 2 strikes.
And that's been one of the secrets to Grant's success this year, how he works the count. He worked that count in his favor and then delivered with a home run.
Gates ready to pitch, swing and a miss. So down goes Burnable, and Hartford now down to its final out.
Well, as you would imagine in a 17-10 ball game, in every inning but the 8th inning, runs have been scored tonight.
Yep. Julio Carreras 1 for 4 with a run scored. And the pitch to him is in for strike 1. Gates ready. The 0-1 pitch is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1 pitch inside of the count goes to 2-1. Gates ready. The 2-1 pitch is swung out on a high drive, hit deep down the right field line and foul. Up to the Hartford terrace seats.
The Stag is still looking majestically over the area.
Yeah. That sees a lot of baseball, doesn't it, that Stag? 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gates ready. Now the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and the ball gets underneath the glove of the catcher. Moreno, and down to first base safely. The wild pitch is Carreras, and the game will continue. Strikeout, wild pitch.
Well, you know what, Jeff? The way this game has gone tonight, it's almost fitting that we get one of those strikeouts where the runner reaches base.
Tonight, it's like the Squirrels won the first half of this game and the Goats won the second half, right? Drew Romo's the hitter now. And goes Carreras to second. He'll get there in defensive indifference. Being held at all by Wyatts. Man in scoring position for Romo. The pitch. Swung on. There's a bullet hit deep down the right field line and into the Hartford terrace seats.
See that fan hung around, and now he's got a baseball.
He's got a baseball, yeah. Landed right below him. They have to work for that one.
Yeah.
And they're all smiles up there with that baseball. He's going home with the family tonight. There's the pitch. It's a little bit low, and on the third base goes Carreras. So he goes from first to third in a couple of pitches. Gates ready. Now the 2-1. Swinging a ground ball hit hard past first and foul. And the count stays 2 balls, 2 strikes.
When this game was 16-0, if you were to tell me that the Yard Goats would then go on and outscore Richmond 10-1,
right,
and it's not over yet, I said, you're crazy.
No way.
Look at Christopher Navarro, seated.
Just got activated today. And we told you earlier that Anel Amador got placed on the injured list today. Gates ready, the 2-2. Swung out on a high pop-up, back of short. Wilson drifting back. He's underneath it. He puts the squeeze on it to end the ball game. And Richmond will hold on and win the slugfest, and 17-10 the final.
Well, it's a game you might not see again for a long time, this type of a game. 8 home runs by one team, and then the Yard Goats outscore them 10-1. That's baseball, I guess.
Yep, I guess. 17-10 the final. We'll take a break, come back with a post-game show next to the Connecticut Radio Network.